ang data na inirekomenda ng aking makeup artist. Sa ganito, hindi na kailangan ng toner, moisturizer, o concealer. Isang cushion compact lang ang kailangan ko. Isang manipis na layer at ang imperfections at oily na balat ay magkakaroon agad ng malinaw na glow. Ito ay infused to parehong black truffle essence na pagtataguan ng mga luxury brand. Kayang habang nag-apply ka ng makeup, nag-aalaga ka rin ng iyong balat. Kahit na hindi ka marunong mag-makeup, kapag sinubukan mo ito, gugustuhin mong gamitin ito palagi. At kung mag-fade ang iyong makeup habang nasa labas ka, gamitin ang built-in na setting powder para mag-touch up. Parang humihinga lang. Kahit na pagkatapos lumangoy o maglaro sa tubig, walang pagkakataon na mag-fade ang iyong makeup. Kaya makakatipid ka pa sa setting powder. Ito talaga ang paborito kong produkto sa 2024. Ibabago ka nito mula sa pagod na babae tungo sa kagandahan. Parang nagiging asawa ko. Ito ay tunay na pagpapala para sa mga tamad na babae. Halika at kunin ang paboritong ito sa mga celebrity. Maaari ka rin magkaroon ng flawless na itsura. Sa ngayon, may fan appreciation event ng Jimilan na historical low prices. Paunahan, makuha!
What's up guys, welcome to this video. Today I will show you how to spoof your location on iPhone or iPad. Enough talk, let's just get started. Before showing you how to do it, let me share a really cool app to you guys. iPhone Any2. With the help of this powerful location spoofer for iOS, you can change your location anywhere in the world and make your iPhone or iPad believe that you are in that place, but actually not. The most exciting part of this app is that you do not have to jailbreak your device. You don't have to install iTunes on your PC either. That sounds pretty great, right? Okay, now it's time to show you how to spoof your location on iPhone with iPhone Any2. First, let's check the iPhone. Here, I'm in Washington. Now let's open iPhone Any2 and hit the Get Started button. Then, just connect your iPhone to the PC to grant the permission. Once connected, a map will pop up to spoof your location on iPhone. You have to select the third icon, which is the teleport mode. Then, just select a location as you wish. Here, let's take LA for example. Once a location is selected, just hit the Move button to the sidebar. That's it. Let's go back to the iPhone. See? Your location on iPhone has been changed to LA already. That's really easy, right? You can now spoof your location on iPhone and iPad anywhere in the world effortlessly with iPhone Any2. That's all I want to share for today. If you like this video, please hit it with a thumbs up and don't forget to subscribe to my channel. If you have any questions, feel free to leave a comment down below this video and I will get back to you as soon as possible. See you guys in the next video. Bye.
And doesn't matter if they take it in constitution or not. And same we have, or similar information we have from Michael 73. There are some of the sabotage groups, again from the Russian side. They use this new tactics, 2-3 people, maybe 4 people, who go behind Ukrainian defense and destabilize Ukrainian supplies or Ukrainian military units. Russians start to use the special anti-drone wear which China delivers to them, special codes which minimize or sometimes even cancel the thermal trace, which means that during the nighttime even it's really hard to spot Russian infantry, especially small Russian groups, like sometimes even a couple of people may advance really behind. Ukraine again tries to defend using drones, but this attack vector is not good. Honestly, I'm telling guys to you the things as they are, so we have this update and I have to tell you about it, and I worry about Ukrainian group probably deployed in this village. Ukraine needs to take them out from the place, and later on, yeah, Russia would occupy this part. Here's more detailed report about the Kupiansk direction from the Miko 73. You may see the aggressive Russian attack to this place. They advance really fast. It is not a good sign for Ukrainian defenders in this region at all. Yeah, Russia has some losses, like for example this vehicle, but they gain more ground. For Kupiansk it could be crucial, this offensive. Now let's go to Zaporizhia direction. This is the Zaporizhia city itself, and here Russia attacks towards Plavny and Kamensk. They created this bridgehead already. The deep state military map source published this image on their Telegram group. They say that there are some of the Russian sabotage groups again advancing to Stepnahirs. They were spotted close to that village already. And Kamensk, yeah, it's been occupied vastly by Russian forces already. It is fully in a gray zone, which means that Russia potentially might create their bridgehead in Kamensk and to advance further. The main thing was for them to occupy Kamensk on initial stage, to cross the river, so there is the river, and later on they may send more forces and more supplies to go to Stepnagirsk and further. But the problem for Russians here that Ukraine established good defense lines near Zaporizhia, so I don't think that in the coming at least couple of years they will be able to penetrate those defense lines. I wouldn't say it's even possible for Russian army in the current state of the Russian army. They need thousands and thousands of new soldiers, could be even millions in new mobilization. In that case, obviously, with those huge mid-waves, they may push even further, could be close to Zaporizhia. But it's the perspective, we're not speaking about nearby future. Here in this map we see the success really of the Russian army in Kamensk. They take control over the settlement. It's full in a gray area, but de facto Russians establish control over the most part of this village. Just this small part is in a gray area. Well, I hope for Ukraine counterattack here. And we have just received the good news, awesome news from the same direction I was just telling you. Ukraine started counteroffensive towards Kamensk. Ukraine tries to regain control over the lost territories because Kamensk, as I've told you, it plays the crucial role at the initial stage of the Russian assault. You may see here are some of the defense lines. Ukraine attacks.
Attorney, kung naka-fixed rate employee mo ba, kailangan po mo magbayad ng OT? Actually, kung fixed rate employee mo, doesn't exempt you from OT pay unless magpa-fall ka sa mga exemption. Number one, kung manager employee ka, or number two, if there's a clear written agreement indicating that your salary already includes OT pay, night differential, holiday pay, then exempted ka. But if you don't fall under any of those exemptions, then if your employee renders OT, you need to pay them OT. Sure ba kayo na tama ang setup yun? No worries, we can walk you through with it. Book a consultation with us now, or sabihin niya sa payroll niya, bakit kailangan na to.
The ways.
Here, using drones and boats. Here's the awkward moment for the Russian military correspondent Andrei Furatov. He was lost in the front line, so far everyone is looking for the Ukrainian side, the Russian one. What was found is his motorcycle with a camera and some of his names. The body is missing. But judging on this fragment of the video, here you can see, I think he was vanished somewhere. I think they might look for him in the nearby bushes. It's the surprise for me actually that Russian military correspondents or military bloggers are using motorcycles on the front lines. Well, maybe there is no other way to move between positions and to film something. Also, it could be that he wasn't really that close to the front lines because Ukrainian drones may fly for a very long distance, so he could be safe as he thought, but okay, so today I'm gonna record one more video about the general information about the news coming from Ukraine. It was solo frontlines updates, and I dig more into what is happening because usually in my videos I do not put too much attention to that. Well, I decided to divide topics to film maybe even more videos, but for them to be split because some people they may like frontlines updates, some people they may like what is happening around Ukraine news in general. And if there are some of the urgent news coming, I'm going to speak about those as well. As for example, it happened today with Kadyrov, nearly drowned in Turkey. So I think it's the new philosophy of this channel. I will work more, yeah, but it is only possible because of your support on Patreon. So thank you so much for it, my friends, because you motivate me to learn more and more and improve the quality of my analysis. It's my full-time job. Thank you so much for making it happening. I really enjoy what I do, but as usual, it takes time. So thank you for hiring me for this mission. My friends, I wish you all a peaceful sky wherever you are, and have a great time. So guys, you can see the headlines: Trump to announce aggressive Ukraine weapons. Man, yeah, it is already happening. We have those baby steps to support Ukraine and really pressure Russia, because the only way how you can achieve it is to apply more sanctions on Russia and to boost Ukrainian military support, first of all. Don't say about it himself, recording the video very close to the airplane. That's why it's very noisy, so I can tell you what it is about better than to listen to him here. So Ukraine will get
Nagpadaos-dos ang mga pasahero sa emergency slide na isang eroplano sa Amerika para lumikas.
Kita ang apoy at usok mula sa gulong ng eroplano. Ang ilang pasahero, bitbit pa ang isang bata at ang bagahe habang lumilikas.
Sa isang pahayag, sinabi ng American Airlines sa Reuters na nakaranas sila ng mechanical issue sa gulong ng eroplano bago mag-take off.
Ligtas ang halos 200 pasahero at 6 na crew. I-inspeksyon din ang maintenance ng team ng kumpanya ang eroplano.
Of a significant scale has now occurred, and videos of intense clashes are coming out of the area of the judiciary of Sistan in Baluchistan. Really quickly to show you all where Sistan is, and I'll just make sure to pull it up here really quickly. This is actually where the town of Sistan is. Well, actually, really quickly, let me make sure that's in Baluchistan, because it doesn't appear that they're showing us one that is Baluchistan.
This is Subic Bay Freeport Zone in the Philippines. You may not think it now, but until the 1980s, it was America's largest Pacific naval base with deep enough water to berth aircraft carriers and with an enormous ship repair and logistics facility. In fact, it was known as the logistics backbone of the U.S. Pacific operations. Now it's quietly being revived more than 30 years after it was closed down. When Ferdinand Marcos Jr. met Donald Trump this week for the first time, they were asked about a proposed Subic Bay ammunitions base. Watch Trump's response.
Yeah, it's very important. We need ammunition. We're going to end up in a few months, we'll have more ammunition than any country has ever had. We're going to have more missiles than any country has ever had. We're going to have all the speed missiles. We'll have the speedy ones, the slow ones, the accurate ones, the ones that are slightly less accurate. We have everything. But we will have more ammunition than any country has ever had. It's very important to me.
Why is such a hub key for the US and the Philippines? And what does a revived Subic Bay mean for regional security and Taiwan in particular? Hello and welcome to Taiwan Talks. I'm in command. We will be covering Taiwan's mass recall next week after results are out. But for today, joining us are Renato Cruz de Castro, of Taiwan, fellow at National Zhengzhou University, also De La Salle University Department of International Studies Distinguished Professor, and Gemma Lalari, visiting researcher at the Institute of National Defense and Security Research here in Taiwan, also retired U.S. Air Force Foreign Area Officer specializing in regular warfare and missile defense. Renato, Gemma, welcome back to the show.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, in a press conference in Washington, D.C., President Marcos explained that the concept from the ammo hub was not a recent development. Manila itself had such a proposal, which could generate 300 jobs in the pipeline starting last year. This is the program it falls under.
The United States is assisting the Philippines in what we call our self-reliance defense program, which is to allow us to be self-reliant and to be able to stand our own 2 feet, whatever the circumstances that occur in the future. And the reason that we have encouraged more interaction with the United States is because it is necessary. And it is not just with the United States. It is with all our neighboring countries and even countries as far afield as the Scandinavian countries, the EU. And so this is an ongoing process. And again, I will stress the point that we do this because we feel it is necessary.
On June 24th, a report by a U.S. House subcommittee noted the lack of a munitions hub in the region and suggested setting one up at the former U.S. Subic Bay base, instructing the Pentagon to study the feasibility. Now, according to the Manila Standard, the facility would enable the forward staging of ammunition stockpiles and the materials used to make ammunition, such as nitrocellulose, nitroglycerin, and acid. Renato, let me come to you first. So we heard there what Marcos said. He said, I stress that we do this because we feel it's necessary. We're going to come to the Philippine side later on. Let's focus on the U.S. side. Trump said, this is very important to me. Why is it such a big deal for the U.S.?
Well, number one, of course, is possible preparation for, just in case you have a push-comes to shove situation. What, of course, the Pentagon and the U.S. defense establishment realized in the light of the Russia-Ukraine war, you really have to build up your industrial base just in case you have to fight a modern industrial war. You use a lot of ammunitions, you use a lot of missiles, you have to prepare them. Plus, this is also recognition on the part of the United States Navy that its merchant fleet has basically declined. Because again, as emphasized earlier, that American shipyards do not anymore produce that much ships. That's of course needed by both the United States Navy and merchant fleet. So of course, there's necessary at least to build up your industrial facility to support a modern industrial war, just in case push comes to shove in the Indo-Pacific region.
You said push come to shove, you mean a Taiwan crisis?
Also South China Sea.
Right. Okay.
And of course, even Senkaku, just in case.
Right, absolutely. East China Sea. So what message is China getting, Gemma, from this?
Well, I think they're getting several messages. One message is that their aggression against the Philippines is causing the Philippines to want to have supplies in case the PLA decides to make their presence more violent, as we saw last year when one of the Coast Guard from the Philippines members was hit and lost his thumb. So this is an anticipation of an aggressive China. And so what the message that China should receive is stop being aggressive. If they did, maybe people in other countries in the region would stop worrying about their buildup of their military and their Coast Guard and their illegal activities in the Southeast Asian Sea, which we've seen numerous islands become military bases.
Yeah. Renato mentioned Ukraine, obviously, burning through that ammunition. Ammunition is very necessary. We heard what Donald Trump said. Where would the U.S. be getting munitions in this area if it wasn't for the Philippines?
Well, there are several other locations, such as Japan, Guam, Marshall Islands, Saipan, Australia, Diego Garcia, and possibly even in Taiwan. There's talk about developing weapons storage facilities in Taiwan. However, one of the most important things that a military planner, especially a logistics planner, would be worried about is the accessibility of these munition sites during a conflict. For example, if there was something something happening between the Philippines and Taiwan in that direction, then things coming from Japan might not be able to get there. Maybe the PLA Navy might be controlling the east side of the Philippines, and so any supplies coming from Guam or any other island is prevented. So the idea is you want to make a variety of places in case a variety of situations occur.
So to ensure the survivability.
Correct.
Renato, let's turn to the Philippines. So why is the Philippines keen to establish this? Let's go first to Sara Duterte. She's accusing Marcos of acting in the U.S. national interest rather than the Philippine national interest, and saying that the facility would make the Philippines a target. What does the Philippines get out of this?
Well, it was mentioned earlier by President Marcos about the self-reliant defense posture. This is, of course, linked to the Philippines' effort to shift away from internal security and, of course, look at the prospect of territorial, or what the euphemism term is, external defense, which is, of course, primarily directed at China. That's why in January 2024, the Secretary of National Defense announced the Comprehensive Archipelagic Defense Concept. So we have to basically build up the industrial base to support the Philippines' shift from internal security to external defense, from an army-centric military to one that is, of course, geared for naval warfare, drones, and modern warfare. And we simply, the Philippine government, the armed forces of the Philippines simply need an industrial base. And of course, the best place is, of course, also ask the United States and other treaty allies to support the buildup of this industrial base. That's why when Secretary Hegseth visited Manila last April, part of the plan includes the development of an industrial blueprint to basically support, probably what we might call the military-industrial complex. That is, of course, necessary not only for the United States, but more importantly, for the defense of the Philippines. And this was, of course, no less emphasized by President Marcos. It's for our protection. It's not basically to agitate or basically trigger an escalation against China. We need it. We need an industrial base to support an independent defense posture.
And alongside, Guillermo, the self-reliance defense program, which is, the indigenous industrial base, what is it, though, if it's a joint, which it looks like it will be, a joint ammo hub, what does that mean in terms of the benefits for the Philippines? I mean, does it draw the U.S. deeper into helping, defend this ally, this treaty ally? Does it change rhetoric to action in terms of that mutual defense treaty from 1950?
Well, let's talk about the mutual defense treaty. Article 2 says the parties separately and jointly, by self-help and mutual aid, will maintain and develop their individual and collective capacity to resist armed attack. So they're following up what the treaty says. It's been maybe I would say it's been not an important factor in the last few decades because obviously many countries in the region didn't think that there was a threat, but the rising dominance of the PLA Navy and the Coast Guard and all the actions they're doing, especially around the Philippines, made the Philippine government and the United States government realize that they need to start getting things ready according to these articles of the Mutual Defense Treaty. So both of them have an interest in having a supply of arms. Now, my experience has been in Israel, where there are also U.S.-only ammunition storage sites and Israeli and joint. So I would assume that similarly in the Philippines, there would be Philippine-only storage sites, U.S. and joint type things. And I would say also that the United States is looking at other places, like, for example, Papua New Guinea has allowed the United States to set up 6 sites there as well. So it's not just the Philippines. They're looking at where places to put these kinds of ammunition, fuel. The entire region is being looked at for this kind of logistics challenge because the tyranny of distance is a problem for the United States to support any kind of military operation in the region. So these forward basing, they're not bases, they're forward storage sites are very important. And let's be clear, none of these are U.S. military bases. Subic Bay is not going to be a U.S. military base. It is only going to be a place where U.S. military will visit for a short period of time and rotate in and out. And so it basically follows the constitution of the Philippine government that does not allow any permanent stationing of foreign military forces in the Philippines.
Now, along with the proposed ammo hub, Subic Bay is already the site of several defense-related developments. In March this year, the Philippines military announced it would convert Grande and Chiquita Islands into military reservations, and a month later, the Marines announced a massive storage facility that, according to the U.S. Naval Institute, could mark the largest pre-positioning effort to date between Washington and Manila since 1992, when bases were shut down. Again, a maintenance, repair and overhaul hub is a privately owned U.S. shipyard, with South Korea's Hyundai Heavy Industries expected to start operations there, repairing Philippine frigates and corvettes as early as this year. Renato, let me come to you first. So these are some of the elements of this jigsaw. We are homing in on Subic Bay. When you put it all together, what is the bigger picture that you get at Subic Bay?
Well, to build up, to again provide support for the United States Navy. Again, of course, historically, Subic Naval Base has been a very important port for the 7th Fleet, when the 7th Fleet was still operating from Subic Naval Base. Unfortunately, of course, after the withdrawal of the United States Navy in 1992, they removed some of the facilities. More significantly, the dry docks that was removed, of course, from Subic Naval Base. So we're slowly seeing, those facilities coming back, but not the United States Navy, but in form of a private company, Hyundai. I think during the Biden administration, the Secretary of the Navy went to South Korea and told Hyundai, we want your presence in the Philippines. And of course, that also serves the interest of the Philippine Navy, because most of the modern ships acquired by the Philippine Navy was, of course, built by Hyundai Heavy Industry. So it serves both U.S. and Philippine interests, given, if the United States would, of course, and other countries would, of course, develop Subic Bay as similar but on a commercial basis, just like the good old days of Subic Naval Base before 1992.
The elements that we've listed out, as well as what Renato has told us, in terms of preparing for the worst case scenario, which is a Taiwan crisis, how do these parts add up for you?
Well, I would say that they are building up a redundancy so that whatever scenario the PLA presents to the first island chain, whether it's South Korea, Japan, Taiwan, the Philippines, even moving more south, it gives the U.S. military options in terms of conducting operations and not having to worry about the tyranny of distance. That's number one. Number two, I think it also, besides preparing for a conflict, it makes it also more complicated for the Chinese Communist Party's PLA, because now their assumptions about how long it would take for the U.S. Navy to show up or the U.S. Air Force to show up or to sustain themselves for a long period of time now becomes more difficult for them. And so they have to adjust their planning. And so this complicates their potential for success if they try to do anything. So it acts as a deterrence simply by building up these kinds of war reserves all over the Indo-Pacific region.
The U.S. is logistically prepared and ready to go,
right? Essentially.
Renato, so let's take a look at why the Subic Bay location is particularly strategic. We have a map that we can show here. Talk us through the geography from that security point of view.
Okay, just to give you a background regarding why Subic Naval Base. Well, it began, of course, when the Philippines became a colony of the United States. Originally, the U.S. Navy was looking at Manila Bay, but the U.S. Army said no. No, so eventually, of course, the United States Navy looked at Subic Naval Base and they found a natural deep water port. And it's very secure. Of course, right now the Philippines is being ravaged by typhoons, but that natural bay provides protection for ship. So eventually, of course, after the Second World War, the United States Navy really focused on developing Subic Naval Base. So this has been always the hub. Of course, it was very unfortunate that the Philippine Senate in September 1991 said, we're not concurring to the Philippine American Cooperation Treaty of 1992. So voila. So again, the location is primarily directed. Look at the position of the bay. It goes straight into the South China Sea. So that's it. And again, the fact that it's a natural deep water port.
Right. And no coincidence that Chinese spies were arrested,
Yes.
gathering information about Subic Bay.
Plus, of course, another element regarding Subic Bay after it was vacated by the United States Navy, it's actually 85% underutilized. I don't think the Constitution would allow the return of American forces on, the same way as when they operated Clark and Subic Naval Base during the, before 1992. They're happening on a commercial basis. The United States Navy, the United States Marine Corps is interacting with the Subic Bay Authority, not with the Philippine government. So all interactions are on a commercial basis.
Right. So, nevertheless, Gemon, what is the strategic or symbolic, significance of the U.S. investing in Subic Bay after, 3 decades of leaving it where it was a U.S. base? Can we say that the U.S. is returning to Subic?
Yes, but not 100% as it was before. As Renato mentioned, the Senate of the Philippine government asked the U.S. military to leave, and they left. Let's recall that the U.S. administered the Philippines as a colonial territory from 1898 to 1946, but prior to that, 300 years of Spanish rule. There are over 4 million Filipino Americans that have been in the U.S. military. So there's a lot of Filipino American close relationships. So this kind of close relationship reinvigorates that bond that the Philippines and the United States have, which not many other countries in the world have, by the way. These troops that are coming are under either the Visiting Forces Agreement, VFA, or under the Enhanced Defense Cooperation Agreement, both approved by the Senate. So that's the way that the Constitution was allowed these kinds of agreements to occur. But they don't create permanent bases. So in effect, the reason they're coming back, but under the new rubric of the Philippine Constitution and the needs of the Philippine government and the needs of the U.S. government.
Does it represent a reversal of the decline of those U.S. ties, U.S.-Philippine ties, Renato, which happened in the 1980s? Is it absolute confirmation?
Of course, what happened after 1991 was the end of the Cold War. Suddenly, the calculation was gone. Subic and Clark Air Base was primarily directed at Soviet military presence at Cam Ranh Bay. Those were the days of the Cold War when I was still a young researcher at the Foreign Service Institute, and we will be doing our research in Clark, where you have, of course, the 13th Air Force and Subic Naval Base. Those days suddenly disappeared when the Soviet Union, of course, imploded. And, of course, at that time, China was not yet a power to reckon with. The only time people in the Philippines realized that, oh my goodness, you have a big dragon knocking on our door, was when the Mischief Reef incident happened in 1995. That was, of course, the beginning then when the the Ramos administration realized, oh, I think we made a mistake in telling the Americans to leave Subic in September 1991. So eventually you have the status of forces, as mentioned by, when Visiting Force Agreement was negotiated and eventually ratified by the Philippine Senate in 1999. Then, of course, going to 2014, the Enhanced Defense Cooperation Agreement. But again, there's also a possibility of a return of a Subic Clark Air Base style, because actually the Constitution does not prohibit. The Philippine Constitution provides a caveat. If the majority or 2/3 of the Philippine senators would concur to another agreement, then you could have the return of American forces under the same framework as the Military Bases Agreement of 1947. But again, this is a political challenge for any Philippine president. if you wanted basically to return back to the situation where you have, at a given point in time, when Clark and Subic were in the Philippines, you have about 60,000 American troops on Philippine soil at a given point in time before November 1992.
Which is more than how many troops in Japan at the moment?
I think around 50,000.
Right. So more than that. Gemon, so what does it say about the strength of the U.S.-Philippine alliance?
I think there are, as Renato mentioned, there are some very clear threats rising, and especially the last few years, the Philippine Navy and the Philippine Coast Guard and the Philippine people have been suffering from the aggression by the Chinese Coast Guard, the Chinese Navy, all these different activities. And since the 2016 decision by The Hague that the region that the Chinese have occupied, those islands, is illegal, it's only gotten worse. And so I think whether it's the Biden administration or the Trump administration, everybody realizes that the Philippines and the United States need to work together to enhance the alliance. Now, specifically, as President Marcos said, these are decisions made by the Philippines based on their own environment. It's not the Americans telling them, oh, you need to do this, you need to do that. No, the Philippine government understands what the threat is. They live next door to it.
Yeah.
And
perhaps they wouldn't be making these decisions. You wouldn't be spending that money if China wasn't threatening
Exactly.
the West Philippine Sea, the South China Sea.
Or again, the lesson we learned after 6 years of the Duterte administration, whether you appease or challenge China, you just get the same result, subjugation. So might as well challenge China.
Right.
you also maintain your sovereignty.
Yeah, and dignity, of course. Not becoming a tributary state of the Middle Kingdom.
Right. So related to that, here's Marcos in the White House speaking about the Philippine-U.S. bilateral relationship.
Considering the context in which we live these days, especially in my part of the world, this has evolved into as important a relationship as is possible to have.
And let's hear from U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, who Marcos met with before Trump. Take it away.
Your personal leadership is vital to advancing a secure, prosperous, and sovereign Asia Pacific. I want to thank you, Mr. President. Thank you both for your shared vision. That includes leading with courage and determination. Our storied alliance has never been stronger or more essential than it is today. Together, we remain committed to the Mutual Defense Treaty. And this pact extends to armed attacks on our armed forces, aircraft, or public vessels, including our Coast Guards, anywhere in the Pacific, including the South China Sea.
Okay, well, so we heard there Hegseth praise Marcos's courage, his leadership. Marcos said, this is as important a relationship as it's possible to have. And Trump also said they are a very important nation militarily. How would you compare the bilateral relationship now compared to when Marcos went there in 2023 to meet Biden, and also he had just opened up the 4 extra EDCA slots to the US?
The important thing here is that the Trump administration is building up upon the previous administration's efforts to reinvigorate the U.S.-Philippine relationship. The Philippines, as I mentioned before, have taken their sovereignty seriously and refused to be bullied by the CCP's efforts, both at sea and on land, and also cyber attacks, espionage, criminal activity, diplomatic warfare, economic warfare, the whole spectrum. Yeah, the whole spectrum. And it's full on against the Philippines. It's not just in the military dimension. Hegseth met with his counterpart, the Philippine Defense Minister, 3 times in the last 7 months. In Manila, before Balikatan in 2025, this year, Singapore during the Shangri-La conference, and again in the Pentagon just recently. And also, a very interesting thing happened that I wanted to point out is that the Philippine Defense Minister mentioned that he agreed with the concept proposed by Japan of one theater.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's real important. And that one theater is the East China Sea, the South China Sea, although I like to call it the Southeast Asian Sea. And also the Australian Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Defense also agreed with this concept. And I believe eventually if China continues to be aggressive It'll force the countries that don't want to be under their rule to unify. It's as simple as that. If China stops being aggressive and becomes quiet again, then maybe these countries would care less about building up their military.
We have to wrap it up there. Thank you so much to Renato Cruz de Castro and Gabi Malawi for joining Taiwan Talks today. If you liked our show, please search for us on YouTube, give us a thumbs up and hit subscribe to our channel. Thank you for watching the show today. Stay safe and see you next time. Guido Teodoro, Philippine Defense Secretary, was applauded at the Shangri-La dialogue for his reply to two Chinese senior officials. Here's one.
Recently, the U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio said that the Russian-Ukraine war is a proxy war between nuclear powers and needs to be ended. And meanwhile, the United States is selling more arms to this region and setting up more military bases in the Philippines. So, if the proxy war in Europe needs to be ended, are you concerned that a proxy war in Asia might be launched?
Now, to our Chinese interlocutors, I shall address you collectively. And thank you for the propaganda spills disguised as questions.
So, while China didn't send its defense minister to this year's Shangri-La dialogue for the first time since 2019, did it still succeed in pushing its narrative? A defense secretary who did attend was Pete Hegseth, who said the U.S. does not seek conflict with China, but will not be driven out of the Indo-Pacific, nor will it stand by as its allies are, quote, subordinated and intimidated. He went on.
In the South China Sea, China harasses its neighbors, many of which are here in the room today. China seeks to intimidate you in your own waters. We've all seen the videos and pictures of water cannons and ship-to-ship collisions and illegal boardings at sea. We're also seeing the illegal seizing and militarizing of lands in the South China Sea.
In China's high-level absence, did Hegseth succeed in reassuring the region that the U.S. is a reliable ally? Hello and welcome to Taiwan Talks. I'm Inka Bat. Joining us today are Guo Yuyan, National Sun Yat-sen University Institute of China and Asia-Pacific Studies Professor and Director, and Renato Cruz de Castro, MOFA Taiwan Fellow at National Zhengzhou University, De La Salle University Department of International Studies Distinguished Professor. A very warm welcome to both of you on the show today. So let's go to that propaganda spiel dressed up as questions, as Teodoro had described it. The question from the Chinese military officer in Shangri-La dialogue: what are all the things that the officer is implying in that question, and what's your response to them?
Well, number one, of course, it's, as Secretary Teodoro mentioned, it's their propaganda spill. The fact that we are bold enough to challenge China because we have the United States at our back. In a way, we are a puppet of the United States. This has been the Chinese narrative ever since we challenged China. When we filed the arbitral tribunal ruling, the case against China at The Hague in 2013, again, China basically accused us of just being a puppet of the Americans, despite the fact that we, at that time, the late Secretary Albert de Rosario did not even inform the Americans. So that's usually the line. But again, it's not simply a propaganda line. It reflects it betrays their attitude, their view towards the Philippines and all other countries in Southeast Asia. And the fact that we're small, we simply don't have the capability nor the right to challenge China. That has been usually the Chinese position.
Right. Professor Guo, he's also targeting not only the Philippines and smaller countries in South China Sea, but also the U.S. Is there a distinction between, the so-called proxy war of Russia-Ukraine and this region? I mean, is there a war in this region?
First of all, this is a very typical Cold War style language that used by two blocs to criticize each other. And China is basically using all this Cold War style language to label all U.S. partners and allies, and it's no surprise. And number two is to manipulate all these U.S. ally partners, domestic feeling or sentiment about the U.S. So it is all trick from Chinese side. Yeah.
Right. And Renato, what are the U.S. weapon systems in the Philippines and in the region? What are they there for? China says that they're destabilizing.
Well, first of all, if they're there in the Philippines, it's an initiative of the Philippines. I've mentioned this before in case of the Typhoon system. It was the Philippine Army Commander, General Roy Garrido, who asked the Americans. And also in terms of the Nemesis anti-ship system. So you have two major strategic weapons there, but they're not brought there because the Americans told us to accept them. We asked the Americans because we want a stronger deterrence against Chinese expansion that we are experiencing right inside our backyard.
Right. So you want to deter war?
Deter war if possible, but of course, just in case, again, quoting Hegseth, if China could not be deterred, we also have to look at the possibility of prevailing if the push comes to shove would happen.
Right. And so the distinction or the parallel that the Chinese officer is trying to draw is a false one.
Well, again, it's part of their propaganda line. This is emphasized by President Marcos last year at the Shangri-La Dialogue. We have all our agency. If we challenge China, it's because of the fact that we have an issue with China. It's not because of the fact we have the United States as our treaty ally. It's an issue between the Philippines and China that China simply ignores.
Right. And to that, let's play part of Philippine Defense Secretary Guibo de Toro's reply to that Chinese military officer. Watch this.
Philippine position on the West Philippine Sea is not a function of Sino-American strategic rivalry. Instead, it is caused, no doubt, by the overreach of the Chinese Communist Party, of which the most glaring evidence is the 9, 10, or 11 dash line that has absolutely no basis in international law.
So, Professor Guo, part of their narrative is that they're saying that the U.S. is pushing these security arrangements on countries like the Philippines, which Renato has proven that is not true. It is actually something that is sought, isn't it, in terms of that collaboration and the interoperability. But let's talk about China's overreach, which is what Teodoro had mentioned there. What sort of examples, most recent ones, do we have as evidence that they are overreaching?
The case actually doesn't only apply to the dispute with Philippines in South China Sea, but also apply to Taiwan, including what happened last February at Jinmen and Mazu waters, and not to mention China is basically practicing hundreds and thousands of air intrusion to the air of surrounding Taiwan, and not to mention at East China Sea, and also the Korean West Sea, Chinese call it Yellow Sea. China has installed gigantic steel infrastructure in the water as part of China's gray zone tactics against South Korea.
Right, and Renato, we can also list the fact that the Chinese Liaoning aircraft carrier just off the southeast coast of Taiwan drills the end of May. Chinese sending bombers to Woody Island in the Paracels. Even in the Shangri-La Dialogue, the Australian Defence Minister, Richard Marles, asked China to explain why it needs this massive military buildup.
Plus, of course, the naval war game that the Chinese Navy conducted not very far from Australia and New Zealand, as far as Australia and New Zealand. So in a way, the Chinese are engaged in this double talk. Others could not do it. We could not, you show the Chinese a sort of deterrence and challenge, and they say it's illegitimate. But China, on the other hand, is basically doing it against all major countries in the region. As mentioned by Eugene, against South Korea, against Taiwan, even against Japan, and of course the Philippines, and as far as Australia and New Zealand.
And also India. Professor Guo,
yes.
So on that point, Secretary Teodoro said in many interviews that the problem that China has is it has a deficit of trust. Is there any feasible way that CCP can overcome this?
I do not see any feasible solution for China to overcome this so-called deficit just because that is basically quite the opposite to what the target Xi Jinping set up for PLA, especially at the 18th Party Congress. Xi Jinping aims to establish PLA the first class military in the world, and not to mention all this air and sea expansion in the past decade. That is basically changing the original status quo. Not only that, but also posing great threats to all neighboring countries, just like Ronaldo just mentioned.
Okay, so a very firm intent. Now let's go to U.S. Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth's speech, which headlined the event. Take a look.
Any attempt by Communist China to conquer Taiwan by force would result in devastating consequences for the Indo-Pacific and the world. There's no reason to sugarcoat it. The threat China poses is real, and it could be imminent.
Ronaldo, what did you take from Hegseth's speech? I mean, how strong was his language, you think, on Taiwan?
Well, it's been consistent ever since, of course, he visited the region, starting in a speech at Hawaii, when he delivered his speech at the Daniel Inouye Asia Pacific Center for Security Studies. Again, Taiwan has been mentioned. And of course, when he went to the Philippines a few days later, last April, again, consistent. The goal now of the United States is deterrence. And of course, also, and a caveat to that, if deterrence would not work, they're also looking at the possibility of the fact that, push comes to shove situation.
Professor Guo, I mean, that is why you get the Chinese officer wanting to push back against the U.S. and against Hegseth. They don't want to be deterred.
Mm-hmm.
And if there was a conflict, they don't want the U.S. to be involved.
My take on Secretary Hegseth's talk at Shangri-La is basically it is 100% reflection to this classified document in mid-March. It's called the Defense Strategy of the U.S., which was revealed by Washington Post on March 29th, especially mentioning...
it was the leaked memo, wasn't it?
It is, yeah. And that particular document mentioned the first priority of U.S. forces today is to prevent Chinese invasion to Taiwan. And the reason for that, because for China to conquer Taiwan, the consequences is too high, not only for the U.S., but for the international community to afford. Yeah, so I think his speech at Shangri-La pretty much reflect the classified memo.
Mm-hmm. And Renato, to you, was it clear that in this speech, the first island chains, so Japan, Philippines, Taiwan, are treated as the same, as a unit almost?
Yes, as a unit, basically. Yes. Again, it is not new. It's a carryover way back during the speech of Secretary Dean Acheson, just before the Korean War. This is the U.S. defense perimeter, looking at starting with Japan, then of course mentioned Okinawa, Taiwan, of course the Civil War just ended, 1949, then of course the Philippines. So big consistency in terms of looking at the first island chain as a unit from the perspective, of course, of Indo-PACOM in Hawaii, and of course the Pentagon in Washington, D.C. But again, going back to the speech, it's also an indication of a fear, a concern of the United States. Eugene mentioned the term prioritization. The United States would usually emphasize prioritization if there is a concern. Starting, of course, just before the onset of the Second World War, prioritization in Europe, then during the Korean War, prioritization in Europe, but now, of course, prioritization in the Indo-Pacific. This reflects a fear among key American decision makers. China now is more powerful, in fact, than Russia, and more powerful than the Soviet Union during the Cold War. Because during the Cold War, I could still remember this, we talked about the Soviet Union having a first-class military and a third-world economy. China has a first-class military capability and has a second-largest economy in the world. So the term prioritization indicates a degree of fear or panic on the part of the Trump administration.
Right, and hence the comment that the threat is real and it could be imminent.
And of course, there's also fear that, right now, of course, when you talk about the Chinese Navy, China now has the first largest Navy in the world, and of course, it has a shipbuilding capacity that, surpassed everyone.
Okay. Now, Beijing responded to Hegseth's speech with forceful language, accusing Hegseth of, quote, vilifying remarks, of ignoring, quote, calls for peace and development from the countries in the region, falsely calling China a threat, playing with fire over Taiwan and turning the region into a powder keg with its so-called offensive weaponry. These were just a portion of Chinese rhetoric in response to the U.S. Defense Secretary's speech. Now, traditionally, the Shangri-La dialogue opens with the U.S. speech, followed the next morning by China's defense minister and an open Q&A. In recent years, the event has become a stage for direct U.S.-China military diplomacy and confrontation. But this year, for the first time since 2019, China did not send its defense minister. Professor Gore, in your view, why did Dong Jun not appear?
First of all, the first priority for U.S.-China relation today is not military communication, but on trade and tariff war. So that's the first reason. And second reason is, of course, because of the recent military purge at home of China. And Dong Jun was also involved in some of the cases and been investigated.
But why not send a sort of higher level delegation that they actually did from a military university? Why? It doesn't need to be Dong Jun.
China doesn't want to create a kind of Tasmania feel that the U.S. and China are seriously talking about security relations in this region, which will stand out all the troubles that China has been created in the past couple of years.
Renato, do you know, in that gap, or was there a gap? Was there a void that China left by not sending Dong Jun or high-level?
Yeah, in a way, basically provided Hegseth the opportunity to basically lay down the cards in terms of Americans, U.S., the Trump administration effort to basically develop what we call extended deterrence. But I think the Chinese would compensate it because they have their own version of the Shangri-La dialogue. I forgot the yeah, they have their own. That's where basically they will, push back. So they have their own forum. That's basically their position.
And also didn't want to be challenged on all those incidents, as Professor Gore said. Ahead of the 2027 date, though the U.S. believes China will be ready to invade Taiwan, Hegseth outlined the U.S. and its allies' tactical deployments to achieve, quote, peace through strength. These include upgrading the U.S. command in Japan, deploying Nemesis anti-ship missile systems to the Philippines for the first time, and launching 2 projects under the Partnership for Indo-Pacific Industrial Resilience, involving P-8 surveillance aircraft in Australia and drone warfare across the region. In terms of Taiwan, U.S. officials have told Reuters that Trump intends to exceed his first term's arms sales to Taiwan, and in testimony to U.S. Congress, retired U.S. Rear Admiral Mark Montgomery revealed that the U.S. has 500 officers in Taiwan for training. Professor Gore, and yet critics of Hegseth or of the U.S. Said that the message of commitment was there, but the detail was lacking. Why do you think there is any truth to that, in your view?
I do not think so. First of all, for this Pacific Deterrence Initiative alone, Trump administration already put down $25 billion US dollars for 2025 alone. That's a lot of money to improve, to reshuffle the U.S. forces here in this region. And not to mention, number 2, Trump also raised the military budget from 900 billion US dollars to 1 trillion US dollars. And number 3 is it is a continuous program, not only selling Taiwan major combat platform, including F-16V and 1A2T tank. 42 tanks are actually right on the way to Taiwan, and not to mention also F-16V and other major combat platforms. And number 3 is the U.S. is improving, even enlarging this joint training program between Taiwan and the U.S. So So a lot of details, including improving Japanese anti-ship missile, air defense missile capabilities by selling like Tomahawk cruise missile and Harpoon missile to Taiwan and the Typhoon system to the Philippines. So it is actually with a lot of details, but Sharia dialogue is not the occasion to list all the details, but to mention the U.S. strategic intention, especially to this region. And I believe the reason why Secretary Hexus was using such a strong language is because
Do you believe that it was the strongest language
it
to
is
date?
very strong language because it is a strategic calculation behind. The U.S. DoD basically did a math. The current, in terms of conventional military capacity, if you add up South Korea, Japan, Taiwan, and the Philippines, that is not only half of POA's conventional military capacity today. If you add U.S. forces in this region, it is only reaching a little bit more than half of POA military capacity. So I believe Secretary Hexus was delivering a very strong message, not only to Beijing but also to the partner and allies in this region. This is a time to cooperate. We cannot, think and do only followed by our individual national interests anymore. Otherwise, it will be the time for China to change our lifestyle and changing all the status quo today.
Yeah. And so, Renato, that attempt to do that, he talked about a sense of urgency. He talked about a threat that was real and could be imminent. So why are there the critics that are sort of undercutting that? Why are they saying there's not enough detail? I mean, is it because of things such as Trump himself perhaps considering a proposal to reduce the U.S. troops in South Korea by about 4,000?
Well, let's look at certain caveats. Now, when Secretary Hexus gave that mention, well, he basically made the statement, and I'm preparing the capabilities, but it's up to the president who will make the decision. Capabilities might be there, but if push comes to shove, the decision will still have to be made, of course, by President Trump.
Do you mean as if to go to war?
To go to war, because it's not a military decision. You might have the capabilities there, but it's still a political decision that will have to be made at the White House, not at the Pentagon, not at Indo-PACOM. Of course, you have to take into account, while some countries who have concern about China, like for example, Taiwan, the Philippines, Japan, South Korea, but what about the 9 member states of ASEAN? Of course, for them, what is more important is, not what China is doing in the South China Sea. It's basically our economic relations with China. And I read an account from an Australian analyst who basically said, what's happening in this part of the world is not a concern of Australia. So there will always be critics, skeptics about this. So that's usually the case when you deliver a message. Some would like the message, others would simply be indifferent about it. But of course, Secretary Hexus made this point.
And he also made the point about economic dependence leading to
China. The importance of developing the infrastructure, industrial infrastructure.
And so obviously the U.S. also has to step up in terms of perhaps helping in that regard in the economic space.
They should. That's what the trilateral Philippine-U.S. Japan partnership that was agreed upon last year, building up the infrastructure, the industrial infrastructure in Luzon, just in case you'll have a push comes to shove. The notion of the Luzon corridor.
Right. Let's go to that trilateral. There's also a quadrilateral. The defense ministers of the US, Australia, Japan, and the Philippines also convened in Singapore and issued a joint statement outlining 4 key partnership goals: defense investments, intelligence sharing, cybersecurity resilience, and interoperability. In a trilateral meeting between the US, Japan, and Australia, these countries also agreed to support the Philippines in strengthening its defense capabilities. So, Professor Paul, what kind of concrete developments can we expect out of this?
Actually, for this squad, meaning US, Japan, Australia, and the Philippines, it's been developed quite well, especially last year, 2024. The direction, basically, number one, to improve military capability and capacity of the Philippines, especially at situation awareness, like radar, satellite capabilities. And number two is like patrol plan, and others are like including air and sea combat capability increase. There was a lot last year. And secondly is especially the Parikatang joint military exercise this year. That was a very good example. It's not just U.S. and the Philippines. Japan for the first time because of signing this IA with the Philippines. Japan joined participate formally for the first time.
And Renato, for the Philippines, what will it be hoping to get out of that trilateral or the squad? What is the priority?
Well, important, of course, is the military assistance, but more importantly, the industrial base. Because, again, this is also a calculation. If push comes to shove, you need an industrial base that could basically repair ships. Like, look what's happening in case of Ukraine against Russia in terms of the ammunition. So basically, you need an industry, and of course, you need workers, and you need a space wherein you can basically provide the necessary implements to sustain, just in case a push comes to shove would happen, a protracted conflict. Because, you know, as Secretary Hicks had mentioned, it will be devastating, but at the same time, it will also be a long-term conflict. And the only way you could sustain a long-term, let's see again, what's happening in Russia and Ukraine, you have to have a very developed technological industrial base to sustain it. I hope it will not happen. But again, in the realm of security, in the realm, of course, of, you know, what's happening right now, you cannot help but to be realistic or sometimes to be pessimistic about it.
Okay, we're going to have to wrap it up there. Thank you so much to our guests, Guo Yuan and Renato Cruz de Castro, for joining Taiwan Talks today. If you liked our show, please search for us on YouTube, give us a thumbs up and hit subscribe to our channel. Thank you for watching the show today. Stay safe and see you next time.
Kapag pinili niyo ang Tala bilang inyong trusted online lending app, pinapangako kong puro na lang pangako, kulang naman sa gawa. Ibahin mo ko. Dito sa Tala, pinagkakatiwalaan kami ng over 10 million customers worldwide. Up to 25,000 ang pwede mong mahiram. Pwedeng mag-apply in as fast as 5 minutes. Baka naman mahirap ma-approve yan. One valid ID at Android phone lang ang kailangan. I-try mo na dahil may 500,000 loans na ang nag-grant every month. Worldwide yan, ha? Kaya sa panahon ng pangangailangan, piliin ang mapagkakatiwalaan. Piliin ang Tala. Download now on Google Play Store.
Salamat. YouTube time na.
Esty, alam mo ba na pwede na bumili dito? Sa YouTube mismo?
Ha? Paano?
On YouTube, simply watch, click, and check out with exclusive YouTube shopping vouchers.
Tara! Watch and check out na.
Magandang araw po sa inyo. Nanonood po kayo ng Rappler Talk. Ako po si JC Gotinga, Senior Reporter and Producer for Rappler. At ngayon po for this episode kasama natin si Pasig City Mayor Vico Soto.
Hi JC, sa mga manonood ng Rappler, kamusta po kayo?
Sir, maraming salamat sa pagpapaunlak.
Salamat din po.
Okay, sir. Bago tayo pumunta dun sa masasayang pag-uusapan, simulan na natin dun sa mahirap usapan, sir. So right now, you are facing 3 cases having to do with graft, allegations of graft. Sir, your initial words on that?
Actually, hindi naman siya mahirap pag-usapan. Ang importante lang, alam natin ano ba yung proseso ng pag-file sa ombudsman. Ang totoo, napakadali naman mag-file. Papatatakan mo lang ng receive, papakita mo sa media, nagpe-press release, may ginagawa pa silang bumibili ng mga tabloid or what, papagawa ng mga headline. Hindi mahirap gawin yun. Ang tanong ngayon, may merit ba or wala yung kaso? Sa totoo, halos lahat ng mayor na kakilala ko may mga kaso sa ombudsman. Siyempre, yung iba doon siguro may merit. Pero yung iba, I don't know if majority, I don't know if it's right to say majority, but a lot of the cases, talaga namang walang merit. Ibig sabihin, walang basihan o mali yung basihan. Confident naman ako na yung, kung ano man yung mga na-file, makikita eventually na wala yan, na ibabasura yan. Hindi lang ako makapag-komento. Marami syempre nagtatanong, pati yung mga pamilya ko, magulang ko, syempre pag nababasa nila sa news, syempre ang unang instinct ng magulang, pati mga kapatid ko, medyo kinakabahan. Ano yan? Ba't may ganyan? Ina-assure ko lang sila na, well, una, wala pa naman yan. Ibig sabihin, hindi pa nga kami nakakatanggap ng kopya. We haven't even received copies and maybe we won't even ever receive copies. Depende sa sabihin ng ombudsman. Kung mag-fact-finding naman, confident naman kami na kahit anong tanong, kaya namin sagutin. But as of now, we don't even know what really the allegations, what the allegations even are.
Mayor, tama ba? You're towards the end of your second term. So, is this the first time na may nagkaso sa inyo ng ganito?
Hindi ko alam. Kasi maaaring mag-file sa ombudsman, pero hindi naman umubra. Ibig sabihin, hindi umusad yung kaso. So, posibleng may nag-file, pero dinismiss outright.
Hindi na nakarating sa inyo?
Hindi na nakarating sa amin. Posible yun.
Okay.
Kasi kahit ano pwede kong sabihin
Pero nagulat kayo, does this come as a surprise to you, sir?
Pero sigurado ako hindi first Sigurado may mga iba nang sumubok, o gustong manggulo, mangharas. Hindi naman din ako nagugulat. Kasi matindi yung nilalabanan natin dito Again, as I said earlier, wala akong kakilalang mayor, even the good mayors na kilala ko, lahat sila may mga nag-file din sa kanila
Sige, pag-usapan natin, sir. Okay, so to the extent that you're able to speak about it. So tatlo sila. One is an allegation na may anomalya dun sa 9.6 billion pesos na nakalaan para sa pagpapagawa ng Pasig City ng bagong City Hall.
May ombudsman case silang pinalo.
That's a TRO.
Sa RTC yata yun.
Yes, Pasig RTC, yes. So that's one. The other is yung allegedly merong 1,500 pesos na allowance that Pasig City employees are supposed to receive as kind of like a cash gift dahil sa araw ng Pasig celebration in early July. And then the other one is an alleged parang anomalous discount, 100% discount given to Converge. So yun, pagsimulan natin, sir, dun sa Pasig City Hall question.
Kaya ko naman sagutin kung anong tatanungin mo. I can answer with regard to the specific subjects. Pero siguro disclaimer lang na hindi ko alam kung ano yung nilalaman ng complaint nila. Because again, pasensya na akong paulit-ulit, but I just want to be very clear. We have not received copies of the complaint. Una na nilang inano sa media pero actually karamihan naman ng mga ganyan, di naman, in my opinion, dapat di naman pinapamilya yung ganyan. But anyway, kung may questions, sa akin okay lang naman. In fact, kunwari yung City Hall, medyo malaking project siya. Yung City Hall is 9.6 billion pesos. Sa totoo, I'm the first person who would encourage our citizens to ask questions. Kasi isa nga sa advocacy natin dito, people's participation in governance, we opened up City Hall. Sa totoo, yung mga ibang tanong, nalalaman naman nila yan o nagkaka-idea sila na magtanong. Kasi sa amin nanggagaling yung information, walang nakatago, lahat nakabuklat, lahat nilalahat, lahat pinapakita sa tao. We're one of the first cities with a very active FOI unit, Freedom of Information. All the information is readily available to the public. If there's a question, we will answer. So, okay lang magtanong. In fact, kung I might be jumping topics here, but nung may nabalitaan kaming magrarally sa baba, pinuntahan ko nga sila. Pinuntahan ko sila, hindi para paalisin sila. Kundi para tanungin sila, may mga tanong ba kayo? May napupuna ba kayo? Kasi willing akong makipag-dialogo. Although in that case, it turns out that mga hakot pala yun.
Yes.
Iba pala.
Yes,
So,
yes. Nagulat
din ako kasi ina-expect ko may taong may mga tanong, baka may NGOs na Pasig. Apparently, hindi na sila, baka meron pa, baka hindi na lang dumating. Pero inaabutan ko doon, mga hindi naman taga Pasig na aminado sila, nahakot sila.
At nagpa-picture pa nga sila.
Yung iba, kasi hindi nila alam yung ibang nakausap ko. Actually, yung sa video kasi, latter part na yun, naabutan ko sila sa parking, may nag-tip sa akin kung saan sila nag-parking. There were 10 or more vehicles, mga van, at least yun yung nakita namin. So, papunta sila, sinalubong ko sila. Teka, saan po kayo galing? Kasi hindi, parang weird yung pagdating nila eh. Kung sa Pasig lang kayo galing, bakit kayo naka-uniform, naka-van na ganyan, sabay-sabay dumating, ganyan. Tapos, una ayaw nila magsalita. Tapos, kinausap ko lang, sabay, huwag kayong mag-alala, hindi kayo mapagalitan, baka akala nyo may pulis na, wala, safe kayo. Kahit anong sabihin nyo, okay lang, kasi alam ko hindi naman kayo yung... So, eventually, nagkwento sila sa akin. So, these things all happening at the same time. I don't know if suspicious is the right word, pero hindi naman siguro nagkataon na sabay yung cases na final at pinress release, nasabay yung ganitong mga fake rally, yung mga tabloid headlines na lumalabas, yung Facebook trolls, yung yung mga pages na biglang nagpapalit yung pangalan, yung mga Vico supporters na biglang sila na yung pinupost. Hindi siguro nagkataon ng lahat ng yun. So again, if there are questions on certain projects or yung nabanggit mo, ako willing akong sagutin as far as I can answer. Pero siguro bago ko sagutin yun, sabihin ko na kung ano yung totoo. Yung mga ganyang cases or talaga alam naman natin
the
kung saan
timing, of course,
nanggagaling.
because we're heading into elections.
Exactly.
Okay. Yun, but just
So,
to
we
humor,
can go back to
humor these, itong
yes.
mga akusasyon na to, di ba? So, ang tong City Hall na kinauupuan natin, I mean, even I can say, yung kahit yung sahig dyan sa labas, hindi na pantay,
Yes.
di ba? So, this building is, hindi na siya structurally sound.
There are issues with the structural integrity of the 4 buildings. It looks like one building, but there are actually 4 buildings. Kahit naman maglakad-lakad ka lang dito. Ngayon, wala naman pasok, so pwede kayong masyal-masyal dyan mamaya. Nakikita naman, di na pantay-pantay. In fact, one of the buildings, or 2 of the buildings, basically magkapatong siya. Makikita nyo, una, nagbabanggaan na siya, bumabangga na siya dito kung saan tayo ngayon, gumaganon na siya. Tapos medyo nakatilt na siya. So, possible liquefaction, possible different. Tapos yung mga poste, yung mga biga, may mga crack na. Yung sa kilikili ng poste at biga, medyo may mga... So, all the engineers I've spoken to really have been raising flags. Uy, Mayor, parang na to medyo delikado na to.
First term niya pa lang, usapin na yan, first term
They
niya pa lang.
raised the issue with me, first term, and then we got a consultant. Abutan ng pandemic yung pagbuha namin ng consultant na engineering firm. Tapos malinaw naman yung mga results. Nagbabanggaan na yung building. Even just the visual test actually. Sabi nga, sa totoo kahit di ka na pero we did a comprehensive study. And malinaw naman, kahit yung kung saan yung mga CCTV sa may basement, pag sinilip mo yun, apparently in previous years, ginawan lang nila ng paraan, naglagay sila ng mga poste to hold everything up. Kapag tiningnan mo, again, eye test or visual test pa lang, hindi mapapanatag yung loob mo na araw-araw kung pumapasok dito.
Nakakaba na siya tignan. Tsaka, and then, because, as you have said, hindi nyo pa natanggap yung kopya ng kaso na to. Pero ang isa din sa akusasyon is...
Yung sa
TRO.
Yung sa TRO, we received that kasi sa RTC yun. Hindi siya ombudsman. So yun, we received that. And the application for TRO was denied.
Yes. And then, kasi yung akusasyon doon is the 9.6 billion daw ay dapat lagay na lang sa parang healthcare program. Parang sinasabi na gano'n. That's the accusation But then you have already spoken about it. Kailangan na talaga ng bagong law.
Actually, the petition for declaratory relief for a TRO, actually, tingnan mo, wala naman. Well, I don't want to talk kasi RTC, baka I don't want to disrespect the process. We respect the process. But, siguro, malabo yun. Malabong umubra yun. Kasi, iti TRO, anyway, it doesn't make sense to me what they're trying to...
So, let's assume yun. So, ito, sa tingin nyo, kanino ito nanggagaling? Anong motivation itong
Tingin ko,
random cases?
alam naman ng mga taga-Pasig kung ano talaga. Yung sa City Hall naman, nagsimula kasi to. Again, 9.6 billion, tama lang magtanong. Nagsimula yun sa structural problems. But I just want to, habang nasa topic, I just want to mention also, hindi lang yun yung dahilan kung bakit ganito yung naging design ng new City Hall. We also have to think about it in terms of economics. Ibig sabihin, we have to, first and foremost, we have to maintain the structural issues, we have to solve those. Ibig sabihin, safety ng tao, number one. But number two, secondarily, kailangan din isipin na natin yung value ng lupa. Ma-maximize natin yung lupa. Ang daming dead space dito. Pag ikot ka lang sa City Hall, sa labas ng City Hall, sa likod ng City Hall, ang daming patay na area. Pasig is not getting any bigger in terms of land, in terms of space. We have to maximize what we have. So what we're going to do is redevelop the City Hall. Anyway, retrofitting is never really a good idea for a project as big as this. So, isang beses lang natin to gagawin sa buong buhay natin in our lifetimes. Isang beses lang to mangyayari. What we're trying to design is for 100 years. It should be good for at least the structure itself should be good for 100 years. Isipin na rin natin, maximize natin yung value ng lupa that spur local economic growth. We believe that value of land, even in the poblacion area, will rise because of the project that we will do. And it will follow that the local jobs will be generated. Ang daming positive byproducts na mangyayari dahil dito sa New City Hall project.
So you're going into, ito na, this will be your third and final term as mayor because limit na yun, 3 consecutive terms, God willing. Ano pong nag-iba? Ano pong bago sa political environment, yourself as a politician, as a leader? How different is this from when you ran in 2019 to become mayor for the first time?
Sabi 2019, parang tagal-tagal na, no? Minsan nga, pag nag-rewind ako sa utak ko, babalik na lang, parang lifetime ago yung pakiramdam. Ano? Although it's only been 4 or 5 years since I filed in 2018. 56 years na pala. Since I first filed for mayor. A lot has changed. And I'm very happy to say that other people can attest to this. That we've accomplished a lot in terms of not just projects, not just programs, pero sa akin ang pinaka-importante sa lahat, yung mga reforma, yung mga pagbabago na pinakilala at pinaigting pa dito sa lokal na pamahalaan. Yun yung pinaka-importante sa akin kasi kundi dahil sa misyon para magpakilala ng pagbabago na tunay at malalim, hindi naman ako tumakbo noong 2019. Yun talaga yung misyon dito. Projects, programs, you can always have new projects, new programs. But what we want to do is to set the foundation, make things good for generations to come. Para yung mga susunod na leader, mas madaling maging honest, mas madadalian na sila sa mga programs, projects, activities, at mas mahirap maging kulang.
Sir, babalikan natin yan, yung longevity ng reforms na in-introduce nyo. But, top of mind, sir, alin yung mga accomplishments ng administration no, that you are proudest of, that you are happiest about?
Well, if you will ask me what I'm proudest of, it would still really be the procurement reform, the cleaning up of government. And I can say with utmost confidence that we've cleaned up more than 90%, more than 95%, maybe even 99% of corruption in city. Procurement naman yung biggest issue. Diyan naman talaga, kahit saan kayo magtanong sa buong Pilipinas, yung kickback, na tawag nilang SOP sa gobyerno, yan yung pinakamalaking source of corruption. And we were able to eradicate that. Natanggal namin yun first term pa lang. There were other issues along the way. We address issues as they come up and as we discover them. Sometimes there are new issues, but we address them. Freedom of information, transparency, and then yung pakikilahok ng people's participation in governance, trying to institutionalize these reforms. That's what I'm proudest of. Maybe it's not what always garners the most attention. Maaring ordinaryong tao ang tanungin, baka hopefully ayoko naman sabihin na hindi sila interesado doon kasi pag nag-iikot ako at napag-uusapan yung mga reformang gano'n, masaya rin naman sila. They're very proud of the reforms at Pasig City. Pero syempre, ang pangunahing concern ng isang tao, ng isang pamilya, pangunahing pangangailangan niya, needs. You know? So, of course, again, I'm proudest of those reforms. But, syempre, hindi naman pwedeng puro yun lang yung pag-usapan natin. So, I'm also proud of what we've achieved in the field of healthcare services, from the implementation of no balance billing in our 2 hospitals. Currently, we're upgrading renovating our children's hospital to become a second general hospital to increase services even for adult patients. The accreditation of our primary healthcare facilities, introducing electronic medical records in our primary care facilities, barangay health centers, at marami pang rationalization of our health HR that I believe these things benefit the ordinary Pasigueño.
Siyempre, yung isa sa mga naging sikat niyong program, sir, is yung pamaskong handog, di ba? Ni-rationalize niyo yun eh. Kasi kahit doon sa simpleng package na pinamimigay sa mga Pasigueñong pamilya sa Pasko, there was corruption nung umupo kayo. And then ngayon, it was sorted out, lahat ng households na nakatanggap.
Hindi lang corruption, kundi nilalabanan din kasi natin yung kultura ng palakasan, yung kung tawagin natin patronage politics, na pag may padrino ka o yung malapit ka sa kusina, mas maganda yung matatanggap mo.
Or mas marami.
So, tinanggal natin yun. Dati, dadaan sa leaders, dadaan sa organizations, kung sino mas malapit, doon ibibigay. Ang ginawa namin noong 2019, this is the way that we're doing things now. We will change that. And pamaskong handog, hindi life-changing ang pamaskong handog. Pero sa pamamagitan ng pamaskong handog, kumbaga yan yung naging simbolo ng pagbabago. At hindi dapat manatiling sa pamaskong handog lang yun. Dapat sa lahat ng serbisyo. So sa pamaskong handog, house to house. Hindi kailangan dumaan sa leader. Hindi kailangan dumaan sa organization na kadikit ng nakaupo. And it's the same thing in other. I mentioned health earlier. Tinanggal namin yung card na kailangan mag-apply ka pa, may card para malibre ka sa ospital. Ngayon, basta taga-Pasig ka, kahit wala kang card, di ka nag-apply ng any membership of any group or any program, pagpunta ka sa ospital namin at sa ward ka, libre ka, matik yan, kahit wala kang kakilala, kahit hindi ka nag-apply previously, kahit nga hindi mo alam yung serbisyo ng gobyerno. So, yun yung ginagawa, yun yung direksyon. So, hindi lang siya laban kontra korupsyon, as in yung nakaw na pera, kundi pati yung palakasan system, patronage politics. The whole ecosystem, yun yung nilalabanan natin dito.
Mayor, of course, pag ganito pinag-uusapan natin, syempre everything sounds good.
Yes, of course.
Sa mga
of course, there are issues.
Diba? Pero hindi siya naging madali.
Of course.
So, sir, was there saan yun nanggaling yung pinakamalaking, or the strongest opposition to these reforms? Saan yun naramdaman?
Ang totoo naman kasi, ang binangga namin dito, sindikato talaga yan. Hindi lang sindikato, kundi I mentioned earlier, ecosystem. Isipin niyo po ang budget ng Pasig noong 2019, nasa mga 10 billion na rin siya noong panahon na yun. Kung 5 billion dumadaan sa procurement, goods and services, infrastructure, at pagpalagay na lang natin na 20% yung kickback o SOP, which is baka magulat yung ibang nakikinig. But that's very common in government, yung ganun kalaki na SOP o kickback. SOP nga yung standard nga yung tawag nila.
Sir, i-clarify ko po, so when you say sindikato,
let me finish my So, 5 billion dumadaan sa procurement, 20% yung automatic na kickback, SOP nga ang tawagin nila. 1 billion kagad yun per year. Ganun kalaki yung pinag-uusapan natin pera. Ang snatcher nga magnanakaw para sa 1,000, 2,000 piso, minsan may nasasaksak siya, di ba? These are realities of it. So kung para sa 1,000, 2,000, may willing pumatay, may willing manakit, ano pa kaya for 1 billion pesos? Hindi biro yun. Yun din yung lagi kong ini-emphasize. Oo, pakilala tayong pagbabago dito, but it's not smooth sailing. Maraming nagalit dahil sa ginawa natin, ang pinasag na ginawa natin, open bidding, naging transparent yung proseso. May mga sumubok na isabotahe kami, may mga papeles na biglang nawala, na hindi na namin matrace ano ba nangyari. Isang araw, nandyan lang yan. Na kinabukasan, biglang nawala lahat ng papeles. Mga bid docs na nawala, mga dokumento sa property, dami. So, of course, those cause delays and everything kasi gusto nila parang isabotahe yung ginagawa eh. So, napakahirap talaga. Of course, there are the political challenges na sa totoo, baka ngayon ibang pangalan yung mga lumalabas. But it's the same group of people really. From 2019, 2022, and then now 2025. Nag-iiba-iba yung anyo, nag-iiba-iba yung pangalan. Pero yun pa rin talaga, it's the same motivations, the same groups. So, as you were saying or asking, talagang hindi smooth sailing. Napakalaki ng mga challenges.
So paano niyo in-address? Kasi, to give our audience some context, syempre, when you say sindikato, kasama dyan yung mga taong nasa loob ng burokrasya.
Meron, syempre, yes.
Taong nasa City Hall mismo. Gaano kahirap, sir, ang kinakalaban mo ay mga katrabaho mo? Yung resistance to your reforms, halimbawa, I remember early into your term, you made a strong push na ma-regularize as many as possible sa mga empleyado ng City Hall. And sa huling check ko po, karamihan sa kanila talaga ay naging regular na. And yet, yun nga, gaya po ng sabi ko, yung opposition to the reform still comes from some segments of the bureaucracy. So, paano niyo po yun ninavigate?
Actually, tama yun. Although, at this point, most of the opposition is coming from outside of City Hall. Pero meron pa rin talaga. In 2019, we made the decision. Kasi posibleng tumigil lang lahat eh. Ibig sabihin, kailangan mo rin ng political science student ako. Isa sa pinag-usapan namin lagi yung real politics. Ibig sabihin, kailangan ko consider mo rin yung tamang balanse. Hindi pwedeng go, go, go. Yung masyadong gangho lang na sige lang ng sige, tapos hindi mo na iniisip. Wala ka ng considerations or ano. So, kailangan rin balansehin. And one of the things that we did in 2019, sinabi ko, first flag raising ceremony, sabi ko, ito yung direksyon natin, lilinisin natin ang pamahalaan, hindi na tayo papayag dun sa mga lumang kalakaran, hindi na alam natin mali. Walang SOP, walang kickback. Pero yung mga nangyari before ng term ko, hindi ko kakalkalin. Basta hindi mangyari under my watch. So siguro kung super idealistic ako, hindi, habulin natin hanggang 30 years back. But again, real politics. We have to think also of what's realistic. Focus tayo sa ngayon. At tingin ko dahil dun sa ginawa namin na hindi namin kinalkal na yung mga luma, basta hindi mangyari ngayon. I know some people will disagree with that. Maybe more idealistic people will disagree. Pero dahil dun, marami rin sa mga, kahit yung alam naman namin, although walang proof, pero alam naman namin na dati rin gumagawa ng kalokohan, nag-cooperate. Tinalikuran nila, kumbaga, yung mga old style nila. Marami sa kanila, nakita naman nila na totoo yung intention ko na magpakilala ng totoo at mabuting pagbabago. Yung iba sa kanila, nagkwento rin sa akin. Dati ganito yung ginagawa namin. But ngayon nakita naman namin na, or dati nape-pressure lang sila. So, yun nakatulong. Pero, again, I have to be true to what I said in 2019. Yung paglilinis ng pamahalaan, hindi yan lip service lang. Hindi pwedeng sinasabi ko lang siya dahil maganda pakinggan. Kailangan backupan ko ng tunay na ano. So, ngayon, pag may nadidiscover kami, whether humingi ng sa contractor or tumanggap ng lagay, suol, talagang ina-actionan namin. And in fact, yung mga nag-file sa ombudsman, yung iba, of course, may mastermind yan sa likod, kasi yung mga taong nag-file, mga wala naman yan masyadong, I don't want to belittle them, pero ang reality niyan, ang mga ordinaryong empleyado, I think yung dalawa dyan. Yung pangatlo, hindi ako nagkakamali, mga nag-applyan dito na nagpanggap pa nga na empleyado yan namin nun eh. Yung dalawa, dating empleyado, na nagkaroon ng bad record dito. Ngayon, yun yung mga nagagalit. Ako kasi di ako magbubulag-bulagan. Kahit tao ko pa yan, kahit sabihin mong kaibigan ko yan, pag nakita kong may ginawa yan na mali, hindi ako magbubulag-bulagan.
So, sir, yun, again, to let our audience know, isa sa mga na-institute nyo na reforms is yung sa transaction points ng city government, merong bantay. And these are, kwento ko ng mga taong nakausap ko po ng mga taga-Pasig or nag-transact with Pasig, may nakabantay. Such that, yung tipong, kung gugustuhin mong magsingit ng suhol para padulas, o yun na nga. And then, of course, I imagine, maraming maiinis doon kung ang mga taong to ay, like we said, alam na natin, yun yung naging kabuhayan nila for decades, working for the city government. Kung sa ginawa nyo, di ba, so you said na hindi nyo ginawang retroactive, fresh start tayo, hindi natin kakalkalin yung dati, but bukod doon, ano pa yung mga ginawa nyo to win this over? Kasi di ba, syempre, gaya ng, you couldn't have done it alone, is what I'm saying. You can, like what you said, you can spout all these, inspiring messages, but if on the ground, things are business as usual, walang mangyayari, yung sistema yung mananahig. So bukod dun po sa, yung nga parang amnesty sort of na binigay ninyo, ano pa sir yung mga naging efforts nyo to win over your own bureaucracy?
Number one, I would have to say is authenticity. Ibig sabihin, as a leader, hindi lang ako nagsasalita, hindi lang pakitang tao. Pero yung mga nakakatrabaho ko talaga, our department heads, na siguro sa simula, may duda din sila. Siyempre, politiko yan. Siyempre, maganda sasabihin yan. Pero nung nakatrabaho na nila ako, nakita nila, ay, totoo pala. Totoo pala to. Marami sa kanila, nag-align na rin. Nagtiwala na rin sa akin. And of course, number two, we try to recruit good people. HR reform is actually something that we're very proud of also. If I'm not mistaken, we're the largest government agency currently that's Prime HRM Level 2 under the CSC. So we're very, di ako sure kung biggest nga, but definitely one of that. We're very proud of that. Recruitment, selection, and placement namin, that's one pillar of Prime HRM. Recruit good people, people with integrity, and we're also competent. So ano yan, it's a never-ending process of improvement. Hindi naman talaga matatapos. Wala naman perfecto eh. Walang perfectong tao, walang perfectong grupo, walang perfectong gobyerno. Pero importante sa positive cycle that's happening. Pag may nakita kang masamang damo, hindi natin hahayaan, hindi tayo magkukunwari na, ay hindi ko nakita. Hanggayin natin. Politically, maybe it's not the best idea. Kasi ito nga, yung isang tinanggal namin, siya ngayon yung nag-file, susubukan niya akong baliktarin. Although siya naman talaga yung maraming kaso dito, yung una. May mga admin case, in fact may mga criminal pa na hindi lang tumuloy yung complainant, pero yun talaga. So, yung mga ganun, syempre magagalit sila. Pero sa akin naman kasi, kung walang nagagalit sa akin, baka wala akong ginagawa. Baka kulang yung ginagawa akong tama. Or hindi pala totoo yung sinasabi kong pagbabago. Kasi imposibleng magpakilala ng magandang pagbabago. Imposibleng magpakilala ng tunay na pagbabago na walang magagalit sa iyo.
Tama sir, curious lang ako. How important is yung take-home pay? Or what they take home? Kasi, di ba, para sa empleyadong pumapasok, di ba, ang tao naman yan, parang hanap ako trabaho, whether sa government o sa private, kung anong best na trabaho makuha ko, they will give me the best benefits, the best take-home pay. And syempre, sabihin na natin, nung time na medyo maluwag, kahit na sabihin natin hindi sila regular, contractual sila, every 3 years or every...
Extra income.
Exactly, yung extra income. Which to them, if we're learning, mas gusto, parang mas importante pa yun sa kanila kaysa yung may 10 years sila. Kasi at the end of the day, it's what I bring home to my family. So, yun, gaano kalaki po yun sa, how large is that factoring in dun sa naging strategy nyo in dealing with, the bureaucracy?
I mentioned HR reform. At isa sa pinaka-importante din sa ginagawa namin. Kasi nga, as you were saying, kung gusto natin tanggalin itong mga extra or huwag na natin i-sugarcoat, mga illegal activities, income from illegal activities. Para hindi sila ma-inganyo doon or at least ma-discourage na sila, bigyan natin sila ng incentives. So, ibig sabihin kung ano yung legal, kung ano yung kayang ibigay ng LGU, ibigay natin.
So, kasama rin yung regularization,
mass regularization, increase of salary for rank and file employees. More than, during the first to second term, more than half of all passing city employees were promoted. Karamihan kasi naabutan ko, mga salary grade 1. Ibig sabihin, sa casual or sa permanent employees, yun yung pinakabababa na pwede ibigay ng LGU. We mass promoted. Basta walang masamang record, basta nagtatrabaho naman, pumapasok, maayos yung record, we promoted them, mass promotion from salary grade 1 to salary grade 3. Ang laki nun. That's for many of our employees, that was life-changing. 2,000 to 3,000 peso increase per month. Tapos siyempre may mga bonuses pa, kung anong bonuses pwede bigay. So, ito, tingin ko, investment yan ng LGU. Na, sige, basta maayos ang trabaho ninyo, wala tayong kalokohan, yung mga dating gawin, lumang kalakaran, talikuran na natin. Ang LGU ninyo, susubukan na gawin ng lahat para ibigay kung ano ang pwede pang ibigay. So, incentivize natin sila.
And I guess, sir, it helped na nakapag-free up kayo ng funds because of yung mga nawi-weed out na nawawala sa corruption before.
Kasama na yun. Pero sa totoo, yung PS, hindi naman nagalaw talaga yun. Kasi maraming bakante noon eh. Kasi kaya nga rin nakakapag-mass regularize kami ngayon. That pwede ko lang isingit. Hindi naman sa pagbubuhat ng sariling bango, pero proud lang. Hindi naman effort ko to. In fact, HR department namin nang naunguna dito. For the first time in the history of Pasig, we have now more regular or permanent employees than contractual. Casual and job order combined, mas maraming regular and permanent employees. So talagang sobrang saya namin doon. Nabutan namin 43 years, casual pa rin. We give dignity to labor. And if I may add, hindi lang dignity to labor, but we also give them security of tenure. Not just for security itself, but we insulate them from politics. How? Very common in LGUs, hindi magpa-permanent, casual or job order lang. Ibig sabihin, every year, every 6 months, nire-renew. Para pag malapit na yung eleksyon, hawak sa leeg. Takot sila ngayon na magpalit ng administrasyon. Kasi syempre, pag magbago yung administrasyon, may tendency na traditional politics. Hindi ko naman tao yung mga yan. Kukunin, papasok ko lahat ng tao ko. Yung mga tao ng kabila, goodbye sa inyo. Now, we give them regularization. We give them security of tenure to remove this practice. Kasi ang lagi kong iniisip din, dapat yung mga reforms, hindi matigil sa akin eh. Okay, nandito ako, pwede ko sila i-renew ng i-renew. Pero gusto ko, kahit sino pa yung pumalit sa akin, ito na yun. Ibig sabihin, safe sila. Hindi na yung lahat, buong resources ng City Hall every 3 years, ginagamit sa politika. Sa trabaho kayo. Wala kayong wala akong hihingi na favor sa inyo. You don't even have to campaign for me. I won't ask who you voted for. Basta trabaho kayo, safe kayo, you're insulated from politics. I think that's a very important part of shifting towards a merit-based bureaucracy and professionalizing the bureaucracy, removing the politics from it.
But then, para politically kumbaga in terms of a politician assuring his chances during the next election, siyempre parang counterintuitive yun. No? Kasi sabi nyo nga, hindi mo sila hawak sa leeg, they're free to choose to throw their support behind anybody.
But that's precisely why some, ayoko naman lahat din, pero that's why some traditional politicians don't do that. Pero sa akin kasi, hindi siya tungkol sa winning or losing elections. Naman ako na sa posisyon eh. Kung bukas mawala sa akin yung posisyon eh. Basta habang nandito ako, I'll try to do the best that I can. Ang iniisip ko lagi, ano mangyayari pag yung susunod na? Yan yung thinking ko lagi. Ano mangyayari 5 years from now, 10 years from now? Yung pinaghihirapan natin ngayon, papakinabangan ba ng mga tao hanggang 5 years from now, hanggang magpalit ng... Wala man forever eh. I can be here for 6 years, hopefully 9 years. After that, there will be a new mayor.
Pero, okay, so sir, to many of our listeners, kaya na din naman kayo maraming sumusuporta sa inyo kahit sa labas ng Pasig is because of this message of yours na gutom ang mga Pilipino para dito. Yung reforma, malinis na gobyerno, at saka yung sincere na serbisyo from the local government na sa totoo, yun talaga yung may interface ang average person eh. Diba? Hindi naman tayo pupunta sa Senate eh, or sa House of Representatives or sa Malacanang. Sa City Hall tayo nagpupunta to interact. Sa City Hall tayo nagdadala ng mga problema, kung may problema sa neighborhood or sa pagkolekta ng basura, the daily life of the Filipino. Ang ano natin talaga dyan is yung local government. I say this because, so, how important is it to you, sir, yung sarili niyong political survival? Because all this sounds good, pero as we speak, biktima kayo ng napakaraming disinformation. Isa na yung mga kaso, di ba, nakita na natin yan, may term for that, in fact, yung lawfare, the law being weaponized para to take down political opponents. So there's that. But then also yung mga kumakalat sa social media to make you less favorable to the general public, di ba? Gaano ko importante sa inyo yon such that, kasi di ba alam naman natin na kahit anong ganda ng ginagawa mo, pag hindi yan naikwento sa taong bayan, napakadaling punan yung imahinasyon nila ng ibang image ninyo such that pagdating ng susunod na botohan, pwedeng hindi kayo iboto kahit na tinaguyod nyo naman yung welfare nila, di ba? So, sa inyo, sir, as a human being, as a politician, how much of this is I want to serve Pasig? How much of this is my own political survival? And how much of your own political survival is because, well, I want to do something worthwhile with my life? Or, hindi, mahal ko yung mga taga-Pasig. Gusto ko lang ma-ensure na meron silang, that their leader is someone who really looks after their welfare. And where do you draw the line? Sorry, ang haba ng kwento. Anong tanong?
Well, I know it's often hard to believe politicians, so hirap ako sagutin yung tanong dahil baka self-serving yung sagot ko eh. Pero ang sa akin kasi, sa puso ko, hindi importante yung position ko. Ibig sabihin, I didn't enter politics to get a position. I've always wanted to work in or for government or with government since I was a kid. I've always wanted to be part of a movement that brings change, positive change. I've always wanted to help do my part to clean up government, to fight for democratic institutions. Kung makakatulong na may posisyon ako, then I will try to get that position. Pero kung yung tanong mo tungkol sa political survival, it doesn't matter to me. That's the least of my concern. Pero, pag pinag-usapan na yung disinformation, ini-engage na troll farm, alam naman natin, not all media is honest. Iba, talagang nabibili, nababayaran, even yung mga ibang fly-by-night na tabloids, di ba? Yung mga ginagawa nila na ewan. Pag pinag-usapan na yung ganun, sa akin, importante din na ipaglaban ang katotohanan. We have to fight for the truth. Not because, I'm the subject or what. Pero kasi, seryoso yung laban na ito. Yung laban kontra korupsyon, cleaning up government, good governance, the fight for good governance, it's never going to be easy. And it involves everyone, from mayor to the ordinary citizen, lahat tayo kasama dito. So, pag ako tinira on a personal level, hindi naman ako sumasagot eh. Kung personal, pag may nagtanong, syempre, ililinaw ko. Pero hindi ako aggressive sa gano'n. Parang, sige, sabihin niyo kung ano gusto niyo sabihin tungkol sa akin. Pero pagtungkol na dun sa mga pagbabago, or pagtungkol na sa trabaho, sa pag-gobyerno, governance, at alam kong hindi totoo yung sinasabi, ibang usapan yan. Because again, I believe that we have to fight for the truth. And unfortunately, in this day and age, and with all of the technology that we have, Facebook, it's sometimes very easy for people with a lot of resources to muddle the truth. Gawing malabo lahat. Magkalat ng kasinungalingan dito, doon. Kahit hindi lahat maniwala, at least nagulo namin ang konti. Ganun yung thinking nila eh. Kailangan labanan.
Okay, so which brings me to, remember nung 2019, meron po kayong grupo ng mga taga-suporta na parang gusto nila, gusto nila i-suggest sa inyo is, dahil bina-black ops kayo ng opponent, you have to play the same game. Meaning, mag-black ops ka rin, kung hindi, lalamunin ka ng sistema. And then now you're saying na, you're not looking after your personal, like, you're giving your own reputation, except when it involves your work.
Hindi naman sa totally, wala akong pakialam, di ba? Pero, I mean, hindi, kung politika lang.
Hindi nyo lalagyan ng energy nyo masyado. So, yun, parang ang isa sa tanong is, now that you're 6 years, almost 6 years into being mayor, you are presenting yourself for another 3 years as mayor. Have you at any point during that journey been tempted to play the same game that your opponents throw at you?
I guess so, but sa akin hindi naman malakas yung temptation kasi I enter this, I had my non-negotiables na sinulat ko yun sa isang tinype ko sa computer ko. Nakasave yung file na yun from time to time, I look at it. So, that keeps me anchored. And the people around me, alam din nila yun. So, pag medyo lumis ako ng konti, sila yung unang tatapik sa akin. Uy, parang iba na yun sa napag-usapan natin nun. Parang lumalabag ko na sa prinsipyo natin. So, hindi naman talaga. No major temptation there. But, as you were saying, totoo naman, maraming nag-alok sa akin. Nangyari yung mga troll farm, mga ganyan. Lalo na nung nag-uumpisa ako. Siyempre, nung nag-uumpisa ako, hindi naman alam ng mga tao kung sino ako or what I stand for. Nung nalaman nung iba, uy, gantong for 1 million pesos, this number of trolls, this number of Facebook pages with this guaranteed number of followers and likes. Ang daming ganun. Talagang nagkalat yan ngayon. But I said no. Aminado ako, may mga ibang supporters ako na medyo wild din, hindi rin makontrol, di ba? May mga iba, sinasabihan, uy, huwag ganyan. Pero Facebook, we have freedom of expression, freedom of speech. Hindi mo naman maawat talaga lahat. Pero para magbayad or kumuha ng definitely we said no to that. It's difficult. Kasi meron yung kalaban eh. Gumagastos sila ng presumably millions for that. Sa kanila parang wala lang yung investment nila eh. Ganun sila pag So, mahirap lumaban ng patas. Pero kahit papano, nakakatuwa pa rin naman kasi tingin ko nakikita naman ng tao. I think nothing beats authenticity and ika nga yung pinakamalakas na sandata ang katotohanan. So, I don't know what will happen tomorrow, but I believe if I'm telling the truth and I'm fighting for the truth, ano man ang iba to sa akin, ano man ang tactics na gawin nila, magkano man ang gastusin nila, it will be okay.
So, but then sir, that's all very good, but there are people who will say, pero kasi you come from the Soto clan. Kumbaga, may pedigree ka na bago ka pa pumasok. And then also, you come from a showbiz family. So, may tunog na yung pangalan, recognizable ka, kamukha mo ang nanay, ang tatay mo. Nandyan sila at the important moments of your leadership, yung congratulation, ganyan. So, sabihin nila, yun, easier for you to say than for most other local government officials who are trying to institute reforms. So, yun, is that a fair thing to say? Naramdaman niyo po ba yun na kumbaga, merong degree of protection na pinrovide sa inyo yung inyong background. And what would you say to reformists who are faced with the same challenges but do not have the same privileges that you have?
Totoo naman, factor yun. Kahit papano nakakatulong, although that's not the end all be all of it. Maraming ibang factors. Dun sa mga humihingi sa akin ng advice from time to time, may ibang nakakausap ko na politicians in different LGUs, government officials, are facing similar issues or similar problems. Malaki yung resources ng kalaban, may machinery, may black ops, black propaganda. Advice ko lang, number one, just speak the truth and be authentic. Kumbaga, huwag kang magpanggap. Hopefully, makita ng tao na authentic, na totoo yung ginagawa mo. But also, on the other side of it, you have to be strategic. Hindi pwedeng bara-bara. Hindi pwedeng act out of nagalit ka or na-offend ka. Kailangan strategic. Alamin natin yung sitwasyon. Communication is very important. Even grassroots communication. Yung media, interviews like this, yes, they help to some extent. Pero lalo na sa local government, local politics, grassroots talaga ang pinag-uusapan natin. Sabihin, tao-tao. Diba? Hindi naman lahat makikinig sa isang interview. Hindi naman lahat nababasa ang social media. So, importante talaga. So, andyan din yung kailangan masipag ka. Kailangan maayos yung communication. But it really depends. Case to case pa rin yan.
Sir, so Pasig City institutionalized an anti-EPAL ordinance. Meron kayo niyan, bawal ilagay ang mukha, pangalan sa mga visible government, local government projects. And then we have information na, sir, pag nagpupunta kayo sa mga wake, hindi nyo ina-announce. Pag wake na constituents, halimbawa, hindi nyo sinapasabi, hindi rin kayo nagpapapicture. Tapos meron po kayong yung...
Well, yung hindi magpa-picture, mahirap yun.
Okay.
Siyempre, kahit pa paano may...
Napipicturean na napipicturean.
Wala naman masama doon.
But basically, you don't toot your horn doing it.
Well, I try. Yung anti-EPAL, it started as an internal policy in 2019. Totoo, kahit minsan sarili kong gastos, di ako naglalagay ng pangalan. Kasi yung mensahe kasi, tayo, huwag tayo masyado nakafocus sa politiko. Ayusin natin gobyerno. Pag may pangangailangan tayo, dapat nasasanay tayo na ang takbo natin, kung kailangan talaga ng tulong, sa gobyerno, hindi sa politiko. Let's end that cycle of patronage and corruption. Kasi magkakambal yan patronage and corruption. So we started with an internal policy, kahit may building, o may gamit na binili ang ang traditional, di ba? Lahat makatatak branding, lahat ng pangalan, mukha, di ba? Lahat ng publications ng city, kailangan may mukha. Kahit post sa social, kailangan na dyan yung mukha. Honestly, I don't judge people or politicians who do that or feel pressure. Pero sa akin, kung may pagkakataon tayo na magpakilala ng alternative politics or a new way of doing things, subukan natin. Anyway, what do we have to lose? So, started as an internal policy in 2019, and then in 2022, kasama ko na yung mga nanalong vice mayor, konsyal, medyo aligned na kami sa vision, malaking tulong, pinasa nila yung anti-EPAL ordinance, which was, I was so happy. Hindi ko alam kung ilang LGU may ganyan, pero masaya ako dyan sa anti-EPAL. At least na-institutionalize. Ngayon, hindi lang siya bansa internal policy na hindi maglagay ng pangalan ng politiko, kundi bawal. Even, kunyari, kasakop ng ordinansa, kunyari, graduation. Bawal maglagay ng congratulations from Mayor Vico Soto. Bawal na yon sa school, di ba? Dati, dito, pagka graduation or any big event, talagang tad yung pati mga wiring, tad lahat, mga mukha at pangalan ng politiko. Ngayon, bawal na yon. At natutuwa yung mga tao kasi ang emphasis natin dun sa programa, hindi sa mga politiko.
Sir, I brought that up, pati yung pagpunta nyo sa mga burol ng unannounced. Kasi nga, kumbaga counterintuitive yan sa isang politiko na, you are looking after your political survival. Even if hindi yung ikaw yung what you represent, yung administrasyon mo, na kailangan ipakita mo sa tao, iparamdam mo sa tao. Gaya nga ng sabi nyo sa lokal, hindi naman yan lahat manonood ng mga interview, magbabasa ng dyaryo. Pero alam nila yung kung sino yung nakikita ng kamag-anak nila, nakapicture ng kaibigan nila, pumunta sa wake ng kapitbahay nila. And yun yung, so paano nyo po na-motivate yung sanggunian, ang, the city government na payagan itong ordinansa na actually hindi makakatulong sa sarili nilang purposes.
Totoo naman na may mga disadvantages yung pagiging hindi epal. I remember one instance, may kausap ako. Mahilig akong mag-ikot-ikot eh. So isang beses may kausap akong tatay. Tapos medyo negative yung feedback niya. Sabi niya, wala ka pa naman ng papagawa dito. Ano ba yung napagawa mo dito sa amin? Tapos tingnan sa likod niya, project ko yung multi-purpose sa likod niya, project namin na bagong renovate yung ayoko naman so may mga disadvantages din. Minsan may project ka or may project kang LGU, hindi alam ng tao, hindi nare-realize. To put it bluntly, our level of political education in the Philippines is hindi pa ganun kataas. Diba? I mean, common knowledge naman yan. So may mga disadvantage talaga yung anti-epal namin policy. Pero again, hindi kasi ako nandito para sa posisyon lang. I know I've said this earlier, but yun eh. Kung para sa posisyon lang, baka magdalawang isip ako na, teka, baka hindi nalalaman ng tao na kung sa ibang kung sa ibang mayor, sa ibang baka dapat na yung pangalan, bandera yung pangalan niya para alam ng tao na project na yan. So baka yung iba, hindi nare-realize na, di ba, na ganun yan, na project ko pala yan or what. Pero sa akin okay lang kasi, I'll take that with all the positive. I'll take the negative with the positive. Kasi sa akin, mas importante na we're pushing things towards the right direction. Na, at the risk of sounding repetitive, na hindi ito dapat yung puro politiko yung tinitingnan natin. Ayusin natin yung gobyerno kasi pag maayos ang gobyerno mo, pag malakas yung gobyerno mo, at maayos yung mga serbisyo ng gobyerno, hindi ka na magmamakaawa sa politiko para sa tulong. Doon na tayo unti-unti, talikuran na natin yung traditional politics.
And sir, sabi nyo, it's a nationwide problem, di ba? And ito tayo, you have, God willing, if you win this time, 3 years as mayor, and then that's the end of the road for Mayor Vico as mayor. So, napag-isipan nyo na ba, sir, what's next?
Period.
Sa 2028, for example, or if yun, have you thought of aspiring, or do you aspire, are you open to aspiring for a national post?
At this point, no. I've always believed in taking things one day at a time. Kung ano yung open door na nasa harapan ko, kung ano yung opportunities, if it will be for the good, I'll go. Pero hindi dapat posisyon yung pangarap. Hindi dapat ambisyon yung motivasyon. Lalo na sa public service. It's easy to get caught in that trap na kung anong gagawin ko sa susunod. Politiko kami eh. Siyempre, iniisip na yun. Next. But it's easy to fall into that trap. I refuse to fall into that trap. Basta, sa akin, I'm up for re-election. Again, God willing, I'll have my third term. Bahala na kung ano mangyari. Baka I can work behind the scenes after that. Who knows?
So to clarify, sir,
pero,
is that
again,
a hard no? It's not a hard no.
Mahirap naman magsalita ng tapos. Pero kung ako yung tatanungin mo ngayon, we're going for the third term, focus tayo dito. Kung saan yung tingin dito yung dami nating kailangan gawin dito. Yes, we've achieved a lot. We've instituted reforms, we've had successful projects and programs, we've had a lot of successes, but there's still a lot of things that need to be done. Number one, we need to make sure that whatever gains we had, we lock it in, we institutionalize. Ang dami pang kailangan doon.
Sir, so, given na na-institutionalize, na-codify itong mga reforms, and that's our way to, diba, to make it, self-perpetuating, diba? Pero alam naman din natin na political will plays a lot into that. Meaning kung ang susok ay nanggagaling sa taas, mas okay yun kaysa kung andyan ang batas pero hindi naman, pwede siyang i-ignore. We've seen that happen.
Like our FOI ordinance dito.
Sir, so ang tanong ko po, succession planning, how do you ensure na, and before that, sir, let me backtrack a little. Do you feel, sir, na kung ano yung in-envision nyo 6 years ago, how far and how much of it have you achieved, made into reality? Do you feel pressed for time na may 3 taon na lang kayo? Do you think, yung kumbaga self-assessment?
Well, I always feel pressed for time. Bilis ng panahon eh. Hindi nga ako makapaniwala na 6 years na mula nung nag-file ako for mayor, pa-third term na pala ako. Pero pagka nag-zoom out ako, tinitingnan ko ang lahat. Ina-assess ko mga bagay-bagay. Tingin ko maganda yung speed. We're on the right track. So, what happens after 3 years, I don't know kasi titingnan ko lang ngayon. Pwede kong gawin ngayon. Maghanda tayo para sa bukas, yes, pero pwede natin gawin ngayon. Yun dapat ang focus.
Then, so back to my other question, yung succession planning politically. So yes, yes,
politically, hindi, again, iniisip ko lang, hanggang 2025 pa lang naiisip ko. Focus tayo. Wag overconfident. Stay focused. Pero isang succession planning or planning for the future shouldn't just be about politics. Hindi politika lang ang pinag-uusapan natin. Yung mga reforma, yung mga gains sa mabuting pag-gobyerno, kailangan ma-institutionalize. Kailangan makasiguro tayo na hanggang sa next leaders ng Pasig, magtutuloy-tuloy, kundi lalakas pa.
Sir, ano po yung itsura nung, sorry to interrupt, sir. Ano po yung itsura nung, para sa ating, our audience, ano yung itsura ng pag-institutionalize?
One example. I can name a dozen examples, pero isa na lang. Pagdating sa people's participation in governance, bakit natin pinopromote yun? Dahil naniniwala tayo, pag maraming nagmamatsyag, maraming nagbabantay sa gobyerno, mas magiging maganda yung resulta. Mas mahirap maging korap pag maraming nagbabantay. So, let's capacitate civil society. Yung mga NGOs, homeowners associations, people's organizations, yung mga TODA natin, binuksan natin yung pamahalaan, yung local special bodies, hindi lang siya token groups or organizations yung nandun, kundi totoo, pinapakita namin sa kanila lahat, nagka-capacity building, even sa procurement, meron mga CSO observers that we also train them. Ano ba yung titingnan mo dyan? Ano ba yung mga red flags dyan? Magbantay kayo. And these things that we're doing, kunyari magkaroon ng change in leadership in the next, mahirapan sila undo lahat yun. Kung gusto, or kung gusto naman palakasin pa, you can build on what has already been started. Kasi may capacity na yung civil society, may nagbabantay na sa gobyerno. Mas active na yung mga mamamayan. Alam na nila kung ano yung titingnan sa gobyerno. Sa departments naman natin dito, sa mga opisina sa pamahalaan, nasanay na sila na mas bukas, mas transparent. So ang goal natin ngayon, for today, ang goal natin ay ma-institutionalize, ibig sabihin maging pangmatagalan siya, dapat mahirap siyang i-reverse. So dapat malalim, hindi lang siya dapat superficial, dapat capacitate natin, maayos yung mga mekanismo, yung mga proseso, para mas madali pa siyang paigtingin sa susunod mga panahon. Conversely, mahirap siyang i-reverse kung gustuhin man na i-reverse.
So that means kasama siya, naging ordinansa siya, for example?
Yung mga ordinansa,
legislated siya? Culture
ang legislation, minsan, pag ayaw ng mayor, pwede hindi na lang papansinin. Pero inaayos din or pinalalakas din natin yung demand. So, good governance, may demand galing sa taong bayan, pero hindi sapat na gusto ng tao na may good governance. Pero kailangan, may capacity din siya. So halimbawa, yung isang nabanggit ko yung local special bodies, hindi lang sila basta member, but they are empowered. Alam nila kung ano yung ginagawa nila, alam nila kung ano yung dapat tingnan, alam nila kung paano mag-participate, alam nila kung paano makikilahok. Yung CSO observers sa procurement, marunong sila magbantay. So, habang lumalakas yan, magpalit ka man ng leader, maging mas close yung leader at less transparent, may demand ka. So, as leaders, syempre we're elected every 3 years. Mape-pressure kami ngayon na manatiling bukas ang pamahalaan, na manatiling transparent. Kasi pag ginawa namin hindi transparent, may dati tahimik lang sila. Dati takot sila magreklamo, ngayon empowered sila. Kaya nila at alam nila kung ano yung gagawin.
Thank you, sir. Ang haba na naging usapan natin. Maraming salamat sa pagpaunlak. May isa pa akong tanong, sir. Isa na lang na maliit. Pero bago yon, gusto ko lang po muna hikayatin yung audience natin. Kami po sa Rappler, gusto rin namin mag-provide ng safe space para mapag-usapan yung mga ganitong klaseng bagay na walang smart shaming or walang mga trolls. And ang way po namin gawin yan is meron kaming Rappler Communities app. Pag binuksan niyo po yung Rappler Communities app, nandun yung lahat ng reporting, lahat ng mga news stories namin sa Rappler and everything else, the rest of our content. But also, may mga chat threads doon built around areas of interest na makabuluhan sa mga Pilipino. Isa doon ay yung Philippine Politics Channel. So kung meron po kayong gustong idagdag sa conversation na ito, may comments po kayo, may gusto kayong iparating kay Mayor Vico Soto, at lahat pa ng mga bagay na relevant sa subjects na pinag-usapan natin yun. Paki-download lang po sana ang Rappler Communities app, available sa Apple Store at saka sa Google Play Store, at hanapin niyo po doon ang Philippine Politics Channel. Okay, final question, Mayor Vico Soto. Kabado po ba kayo going into this third election for mayor?
Hindi naman. Hindi rin ako overconfident. Pero hindi naman ako kabado. Kasi, I entered politics with nothing to lose. And I still have the same attitude even if it's going towards my third term.
Mayor Vico Soto, maraming salamat po sa pagbibigay ng time and all the insights sa amin. This has been Rappler Talk, and see you again next time.